of Kyle Mayers, as well as Kudzimaunze going out for duck of the bowling of Azari Joseph. Caught by wicket by Joshua De Silva. Joel Gumbi, the captain, caught behind as well for 11. And it's Timson Maruma not out on 15. As well with Milton Shumba on 9. So slide with a slight delay start. Indies started to open today's proceedings with some spin. Looking to finish off his over with just 2 balls to go to close off the over. I beg your pardon, Kudesh Moti. Continuing from the city end. Christopher Perry just waves play. Good start. Joined here by Christopher Mpofu. Morning, Christopher.
Very good morning, Slimmy.
It's the end of the over. Zimbabwe 52 for 5 after 22 overs. Kimaroch continuing from the golf course. Going to Timson Maruma. Starting off a bit short on Timson Maruma, just nudging it down to mid-wicket. Christopher, Zimbabwe losing 5 wickets yesterday for not so many runs. What could be the approach this morning?
Definitely these two looked very good at the crease after losing those 5 wickets. Surely they will be looking to build on this momentum, low momentum that they've got. So, as I was saying, Slimmy, definitely looking to build on what they started yesterday. These two, they're the only ones that look like they're very comfortable at the crease, and they've got, as you talk about Timson Maruma, lots of experience from him, and Milton Shumba, one player who's been playing very well, batting very well for his franchise. The Tuskers came from a brilliant 100 in Kwekwe against Spear Strikers. So surely these two will be trying all means to raise their hands and say to the selectors, we deserve to be in that team.
Yeah, they've both looked at their respective franchises. And now Milton Shumba's now on strike. We're coming around the wicket. And nudge down to the fine leg region. And runs away for 4, beating Jason Holder down there at fine leg. First boundary of the morning. Zimbabwe moving to 57 for 5. Field appeal from the Windies. Milton Shumba looks very settled at the crease. I think that 100 did him a world of good down in Kwekwe. He's looking much more composed now, much more relaxed at the crease. It's still early days. The second over of the morning. Very well defended there by Milton Shumba. The approach from the West Indies on this track looks like there's it's flattened out. Not much bounce in it anymore, given that it's day 3. How will the spinners be on this wicket?
Definitely, sure, spin will play a huge role for West Indies. And just coming to the end of the over, Zimbabwe 57 for 5 after 23 overs.
Shannon Gabriel to bowl from the City end. That's just one over for Monty, just finishing off his over from last night. Bowling to Tim Maruma. Good start, good pace, big unit chain. Good seeing him making his way back into the West Indies side, having been sidelined through injury.
Yeah, once again, good to see the big Shan back in the mix, and he's slimming in. He's a big boy, so you definitely, there's a lot of effort that is put in behind every time he runs in.
His pace is just started right up there and on the mark. He's looking fit. Always had issues with his fitness, understandably being a big unit. A slight change to the field. Captain Brathwaite. Very well played again by Tim Maruma. He's looking good touch. Tim Maruma's got a knack of sticking around a bit longer, and once he does that, he starts becoming a much more dangerous player. As soon as he sails on 16 or 45 balls, still early days for him. But he's also looking very, very much settled as well.
Talking of Timson Maruma, he's one of the few guys who's got so much experience, played quite a lot of first-class games for the Mountaineers. He's done very well for them. One one player that you guaranteed is gonna score runs for you as a franchise. He always does, puts his hand up and leads from the front, and that's something that the Zim-A team, Zimbabweans, will be looking for this on this day. He stays in, sticks in there, and gets a big one. Good hit from Big Shen. Slim, you're talking about how the wicket has flattened out. I've loved the way the Winds bowlers have run. We saw Alzari yesterday letting it rip, and we're seeing Big Shen today once again coming in early in the morning, bowling his first over, but he's right on the money.
Yeah, he's right on the money from ball one, hitting the back of the line. Very well bowled from Shannon Gabriel, left alone by Timson Maruma to mark the end of the 4th over. Zimbabwe 57 for 5. Kimaroch continue from the golf course end. Immediately strikes Milton Shumba on the pad. The Stafford appeal, but for some Tizwa not interested, and they go through for one leg by. Kimaroch bowling into his 9th over, still wicketless. Kumabona right in front of Timson Maruma's eye line, trying to discourage Timson from hopping onto his front foot, his favourite front foot. He loves to drive the ball, Timson.
Yeah, Kimaroch, one of the most experienced bowlers from the West Indies. Over 250 wickets in Test cricket. Great numbers he's got.
Very well bowled again. Very well played again from Timson Maruma, leaving the ball alone. Yeah, he's been a good 7 for Windies cricket. Kimaroch has been the leader of the pack for a while now. I'm sure he's accustomed to most of these conditions in terms of how to go about his business. Beautiful shot there by Timson, just tucking it off his pads, and they go through for 2.
Coming back to Kimaroch, just overtook the great Michael Holding. Just overtook him in terms of numbers of wickets. So you know you're really good if you're going to be overtaking such great names. And West Indies will be looking forward to him performing in this tour.
Very well bowled again by Kimaroch. But I like the approach by Timson and Milton Shumba. They look like they're in no hurry. Well, why will you be in a hurry if you have to bat the whole day, Christopher?
Yeah, you got
no
that.
limits.
You got that right, Slimmy. You got the whole day. It's unlimited. You just bat and you bat. And these two have definitely done that, and that marks the end of the over from Kimaroch, and Zimbabwe are 60 for 5 after 25 overs.
Shannon Gabriel continuing from the City end, bowling to Milton Shumba. Getting into his 6th over. With Milton Shumba on 18 of 30 balls. Hold him! Clean bowled. Very, very well bowled by Shannon Gabriel. Bowling out Milton Shumba. Beautiful full ball. It looks like Milton Shumba just slightly fell over there and got his middle stump knocked out of the ground. He's gone for 13.
As we were praising the two, Shannon decides otherwise. Pulls this very well, pitches it up. Milton late on it. Middle stump out of the park. Very good ball from the big unit. West Indies 60 for 6. Beg your pardon, it's Zimbabwe 60 for 6.
60 for 6, and in comes in wicketkeeper Tariq Tsiga. As is straight for the Southern Rocks down in Masvingo. He's another player who's done well for his domestic side and has earned him a call up to this team. But just going back to the wicket there, Milton Shumba slightly late on it all, but finding that his head was slightly falling over the off stump, that then forced him to be slightly off balanced.
Definitely
playing that ball.
Definitely, I agree with that. And we've seen that all the first over that Shannon had bowled, Milton had faced the big unit, so you understandable beaten pace and falling over as you just said it. Very well ball from Shannon once again, hitting the deck with top of off stump. Tsiga leaving that very well.
Yeah, Shannon Gabriel continuing from where he started early on in the morning. We a very good pace. Welcoming Faraz Tsiga to the crease. Beautifully. Again, leaving that alone again. Shannon Gabriel just staying that outside offline. Now Zimbabwe now toiling a bit. It's just some of the bowlers to come. Assume that we'll see the likes of Tiripano also coming in to have a bat. So this partnership is going to be very crucial for Zimbabwe, trying to rebuild innings. West is having Zimbabwe overnight 5 down, and picking up an early wicket this morning. Pressure pushed back. for the Zimbabweans. Alright, he pulls out there, Shannon Gabriel. Sure, maybe he lost a couple of steps in his run up there. Shannon Gabriel resetting his run up again. Looking good. Faraz Tsiga going up onto the front foot there, just punching it down to mid off. No run.
I'm sure Shannon will be saying, oh, you just went to the front. Big fast bowlers don't like that, Slimmy. You confirm with me.
Yeah, I faced a couple number of fast bowlers who don't like seeing batsmen confident coming into the front foot and just punching it, looking not disturbed by anything. I'm sure for Shannon Gabriel, it's also getting under his skin a bit. Football again. Look very well, Shannon Gabriel. Into his over. Just 2 wickets, has just gone for 17 runs so far in this innings.
And his run-up has looked very good. We know he sometimes struggles with no balls, but you expect that from a fast bowler who really strives for pace all the time. So I've been really happy with what I've seen, him coming from an injury and bowling the way he's bowled so far.
Very well bowled from Shannon Gabriel. A wicket maiden. End of the over. 60 for 6. Kimaroch continuing from the golf course end. Bowling to Timson Maruma. Slightly uppish in the air. Just missed that fielder for no run.
Sure, Timmy Maruma will be looking to go all the way back through. As we said about it this morning, he'll be trying by all means to send a statement even to the selectors. Just bet through. Don't worry about runs. Just bet through.
Short ball there from Kimaroch. The illustration of the pitch not going through to wicketkeeper. Not going through to the wicketkeeper Joshua Silva. It had just slight dipping towards him. Illustration of how the pitch is now. Not offering much bounce. Played again. Timson Maruma just keeping that ball out. Yeah, the secret here for Timson Maruma is he's just gonna hold the innings together. Just break down his sessions, session by session. Just break down his way of batting, and not let all those fielders around the bat distract him. The ball again and very play from Batimson Maruma. He's looking very compact and looking very organized at the crease. It's a matter of getting through this phase.
Good ball from Kima. What looked like a bit of a leg cutter there. He's got some skills. Is the senior veteran for West Indies. Wicket might not be doing quite a lot for him, but I tell you, he will definitely test you as a batter, keep you entertained, even his fans.
Play by Timson Maruma marks the end of the 27th over. 60 for 6.
City end. It's good to see him getting a lot of overs here before the big test match starting on the 4th of February at Queen's Sports Club. Oh, and very well ball from Shane. Is inviting that drive. Tsiga is a love of on that cover drive. Shane says, there we are. Shane says, there we are. Go for it, Tsiga. And surely that's quite wide for him to go for it. Just needs to be.
Someone like Faraz Tsiga's caliber needed to leave that alone. He's too fresh at the crease. He's only faced 5 balls. Can't be looking to chase the wide ones.
Very well bowled once again, and well played by Tsiga. As we said, it is one player who loves the drive. I'm sure the Big Shen is setting him up for that good bouncer. Just bring him forward just a little bit more. Setting him. I won't be surprised if I see a bumper just around the corner from Shen.
We haven't seen him bowl one today. Looks like today, I think he said to himself, first up, we just work on his line in length, try and hit that top of off fourth stump line.
I'm definitely sure he's setting that for a big bouncer, Slimmy. I won't be surprised if he comes just now. Good shot, very good shot from Tsiga. Beautiful, full face, straight past the bowler. And it's 4 more.
Beautiful shot there by Faraz Tsiga to get him off the mark. Just leaning into that, slightly overpitched by Shannon Gabriel. He just punches it straight past his batting partner Timson Maruma, and they trot through for a 4. Second boundary of the day, pushing the score to 64 for 6. As we can notice, Faraz Tsiga has got quite a wide dance there, Bobby. So in full, he will look to pounce on. Really, maybe, as you're saying, maybe a short ball will not be a bad idea.
Yeah, you talked about the wide stance, and you can see he's already looking to come forward. And as you said, rightly so, maybe a bouncer wouldn't be a bad one. Despite the ball many overs in Test cricket, he would definitely know how to set a batsman up, get him comfortable on that front foot, and then he slips one right on the throat. That's what Chen will be looking to do.
Definitely Faraz Tsiga looking comfortable on the front foot. Ball again from Shannon Gabriel. Just dangling the carrot just outside off. And Faraz Tsiga looking a bit disciplined there. Not looking to play any shots. Except for the one that he played early on in the over. A swing and a miss. He's now looked much more disciplined there. Leaving that one alone. Beautiful play again by Faraz Tsiga. For no run, the ball goes straight to Jason Holder to mark the end of the 28th over. Zimbabwe 64 for 3. Roach continuing from the golf course end. Suppose the ball slightly down leg. Now joined by Eli. Good morning, Eli.
Good morning, Aslim. Or should I say Coach Gunda? A fine day it is for the game of cricket coming into day 3. Conditions pretty much on the rainy side, but still looking good for a good game of cricket.
Yeah, it is. Earlier on, we were talking with Christopher, talking about Timson, Maruma, saying how good has he looked so far in this innings. Looking a bit more disciplined in his approach.
Definitely has been looking good, very disciplined. The important thing is that he's been composed in his business. Really hasn't looked to play too many shots, but he has been wise enough to respect the type of bowling attack that he is facing, but at the same time being able to take the opportunities that come his way. They might be far and few, but that's the level of cricket that you're playing at, so there is maturity in that. And that is something that we'll be hoping the rest of the Zimbabwean 11 top batters to learn fast and be able to apply. So that's Maruma for me so far in this innings. Now, good shot. Kimara straying straight to the pads, but clipped off and played beautifully.
Very good shot from Maruma. As you said it, Eli, every time the opportunity has presented itself, he has cashed in, and rightly so, that one on the pad. And Maruma will not miss out on that. Very good shot.
Kimara slightly over pitching there onto the pads. Should leave some sort of pressure.
Oh, bang!
Pulled away. Magnificent shot. Fantastic. Fantastic play by Maruma to finish the over. 72 for 6. Good catch, Morty from the city end. The left arm from the Windies. He bowls it flatter and quicker. I would love to see him at a point where he just slightly draws back the pace and gives it more light. And see what he can be able to press.
Just bowling, starting off on the flatter side of things is Morty.
End of the over. 72 for 6.
Double change by Craig Brathwaite. With your main Hurricane coming in from the golf course end. Seeing a slight difference here, Eli, in terms of the two left armers. Jermaine Hurricane looks a bit slower through the air as compared to Morty. Beautiful shot there played by Timson Maruma. With a slight shimmy down the wicket, and hitting it over mid-off. And the ball trickles over the boundary for 4. Moving his score to 30.
Oh, it was a beautiful shot. Danced down the wicket, keeping it straight, holding his shape, and going up and over. Good call. Huge shout of no. Tariq Tsiga had already started off on his run. Maruma sent him back. Comes down again. That's bigger. It'll be a couple of bounces and it'll still reach the rope. That's 4 runs.
Very good shot from Maruma. Runs down, just punches it over mid-on. But if I was the bowler, I would not be disappointed by that. How many times is he gonna do that? That's the question. So Warrican, I love what he's doing. Just keep tossing it up there.
A quick single taken. And he gets off strike. Good cricket from Maruma. He's played 2 boundaries. And he gets off strike.
Trying to reverse the pressure here. It's Timson Maruma with those 2 beautiful boundaries in this over. Now bringing Faraz Tsiga to face. Top ball to mark the end of the over. Zimbabwe 31 for 6. Sorry, 81 for 6 rather after 31 overs. March to continue from the city end. Timson Maruma just shimmied down the wicket there and just tucked it for 1. Bringing Faraz Tsiga on strike. Very good play of spin. Faraz Tsiga likes taking it on. Very well bowled there from Monty. Just like change of pace. Just tossed it up. Not much turn yet. Gentlemen, what do you think will be the approach? To see Hurricane continuing from the golf course end. Timson Maruma just tucks that one down. Too long on.
Muslim, to answer your question about what the approach from Zimbabwe, I think from here on, the most important thing would be to look at what's left of the day's play. There is no need for anybody to play any rushed shots. Get time out there. Exploit the opportunities that you've been given, because this is an opportunity for these players to experience a different format or different opponents to say. And so apply yourself as much as play the waiting game. Wait for the bad balls, punish them when you when you get them, keep the Windies out there the whole day possible. Give yourself an opportunity to build your character facing such kind of an opposition. So that's what's important. 83 for 6. So with the end of that over, we've come to the first drinks break of the day. Zimbabwe 83 for 6. A partnership of 23 runs building between Maruma and Tariq Tsiga. Maruma on 37 has been there since yesterday. Tariq Tsiga on 4, being as patient as ever. So we'll just have a look at the scorecard of how proceedings have gone so far today, as it has been so far. Maruma, the notable batter from the Zimbabwean 11 on 37 from 72, and any other contributions, there have been bits and pieces from Tanunu Makoni on 13 and Milton Shumba, who was the first wicket to go today, gone for 13 as well. So that's as it stands. And as for the West Indies bowling, we'll take a look at how it stands so far. Shane Gabriel picked up a wicket today. Now he moves on to 2 that are in his wickets column. Alzari Joseph picked up 2 yesterday. So those are the 2 major bowlers from the West Indies that to pick up wickets. Meanwhile, Jason Holder and Carl Mayers have a wicket apiece. So at the first drinks break of the morning, Zimbabwe are on 83 for 6. Join us in a few moments. and resumes Muti from the city end. Maruma facing. Soft dismissal for Maruma. Trying to go for the reverse sweep. And ends up skying it. An easy catch for the man at first slip. This will be a big blow for the Zimbabwe 11. In the previous 2 overs before the drinks break, I've been singing praises of Maruma, but just a lapse in concentration, I would say. He departs, scoring 37. Zimbabwe, 83 for 7.
Warwick can continue from the golf course end during the break. So William Shinge coming in, replacing Timson Maruma. An interesting debate I'm having with my commentators here regarding the dismissal of Timson Maruma. From Pofu is arguing maybe it was poor execution of the shot.
Yeah, on my side, I've seen Timmy Maruma playing that shot more often, so I'll just say for me it could have been just the execution that he didn't get it right. But my brother Eli also, he had a good point that he says, yes, we're coming from a drinks break. maybe he could have given himself just a little bit of more time, which is something that I do agree. But at the end of the day, I just felt like maybe the execution wasn't there.
Marks the end of the 35th over. Zimbabwe toiling at 83 for 7.
Yeah, it's a very good point that Chris notes that he's seen Timson Maruma play that shot a number of times, and if it had been executed well, we would have said that's a good shot. But my point is, we're looking at a play whereby we have lost. There's been a huge collapse of wickets, 6 to say, and you have been the most consistent batter who's been playing well. The application of the shots you choose to play at a particular point in time where everything seems to be backing on you, that is important. When you're playing that shot, we all know it's a risky shot. And even when we saw the replay, just unfortunate that the viewers can't see it, there was anticipation from Jamil Blackwood. Mashinge has gone, not sure whether he edged it or he's been given LBW. But he departs without troubling the scorers. He had looked as if he was going to leave it, but then it just kept its line, and he found himself dead in front, and he departs. Zimbabwe, 83 for 8.
Morty continuing from the city end. Interesting debate here still going on. Now we've seen 2 dismissals where we are now asking each other, is the poor execution or failure by the Zimbabwean batsman. The first one we saw Tim Maruma playing a reverse sweep soon after the drinks break. And then William Mashinge just leaving a straighter one coming from Morty. This is called left arm slider. Eli used to bowl those back in his day. Do you still have those ones in your arsenal?
Yeah, they're there.
Yeah. Craig Brathwaite is now think of closing these innings off. A lot of people around the bat now, creating some pressure, piling more and more pressure. Marks the end of the 38th over. Zimbabwe 84 for 8.
Resumes. Morty will continue at the end. The question that I now have, gentlemen, is from this point on, Zimbabwe played probably.
I was actually thinking of the same thing, but what I know from West Indies, I wouldn't be surprised if I see them going back to bat again. We've had a say from them that they say, man, if you can't bat your overs, we'll definitely bat them for you. So that's one thing that I'll be looking forward to seeing.
Yeah, well,
Donny letting that one past.
Yeah, well, for me, I'd say, well, if Craig Brathwaite is happy with the way his bowlers have gone about the business, especially his fast bowlers. We saw Shannon Gabriel putting in the overs early on in the morning and got reward from it. he might say, guys, those guys will need top ups in terms of batting. Let's go out there and bet the rest of the day. As what Bobby says, it's a very painful statement, but it's a true one. That if you don't want to bet your overs, we can do it for you, and we'll bet your overs and our overs as well. So I'm with Christoph on that one. Might see the Windies go back in there and just have a bit of batting going through. I'm sure I saw from the Windies scorecard, yes, 517 on the board, but got guys like Kruma Bona didn't get a chance to stick around at the crease. Might want to go again, as well as Chanderpaul might want to go again, marking the end of the 40th over. Zimbabwe twirling at 85 for 8.
Oh no.
85 for 8, 42 overs played so far, counting from the start of the Zimbabwean innings yesterday. I know a lot of people will be disappointed in terms of how Zimbabwe 11 have batted, the number of wickets they have lost. Yes, there have been glimpses of hope in terms of how others have the talent to bat, but also I think we need to give credit to the type of opposition that they have been facing, which is one of the things that I think plays a huge role. Right now we have Tariq Tsiga facing Warrican. One argument I've been hearing people is like, don't say the type of opposition because of the type of level at which they are at. This is the future of Zimbabwe cricket in test, so they should be somewhat almost there or at par. I'd like to pick your brains on that.
Yeah, well, very true. Obviously, the youngsters facing a bit more quality in terms of bowling. You can see the way Warrican and Moti are just going about their business. Conventional orthodox left-arm spinners, but they do have certain bowls that just carry on holding its line and stuff like that. But yes, at the same time, when you look at this crop that has been picked to play in this warm-up game, obviously the selectors and national team tech staff looking to add a few players from that group into the national side, and the feel is that if you've been selected into this group, into this team, it means you are a player of interest at the present moment for the national team, marking the end of the 43rd over, 85 for 8.
I hear what you're saying, Slim. But if I am to keep probing, looking at the scorecard, or if we take a look at the dismissals that happened from yesterday to today, honestly speaking, how many dismissals have happened that you solely say that these came out of good bowling efforts, whereby really you put the West Indies under pressure to give you that effort ball to deserve that wicket? Or was it a situation whereby we lost due to poor shot selection, or poor application of shots, or poor decisions?
Yeah, well, basically in cricket, usually I say the good balls don't usually get you out. It's the bad ones. It's the baddest.
Are you sure about that?
Yeah, well,
In cricket?
well, yeah, well,
At this level?
yeah, well, in the sense that when I say a good ball, you can bowl 4 outswingers, you miss the edge of the bat, and you bowl just a normal delivery, and you nick it off. Just bowl the one that just holds the line, and you nick it off. But at the same time, it's those 4 that will have set up that one that doesn't do much. Like, for example, we saw the dismissal of William Mashinge. I think 2 balls prior to that dismissal, he got 2 that gripped and turned.
So you're saying the slider
And
wasn't a
the
good ball?
The slider was a very good ball. It was a very good variation. But I'm saying is that the poor judgment from the young man was very unfortunate. But in that sense, is you'd expect guys to also stand up for that. Right now we see Tiripano. He's played for the national team before. He knows the type of pressure. He's handled some sort of that type of pressure. As you see the end of the 44th over, the score still on 85 for 8. Someone like Tiripano, who scored a 99 in Dubai, if I'm not mistaken, against Afghanistan, isn't it? In one of the tests in Afghanistan. So he's been in this situation before. You'd expect it to also lead these up-and-coming youngsters as well into what to expect
Yeah, but you haven't answered my
at a
question.
higher level. Yes, I haven't. I'm getting to it.
Maybe I need to intervene as it goes on with that. Eli, coming to you, you asked if there were good balls in all these wickets that we've seen. You were with me yesterday. For me, I felt maybe talking about the pace that we got from Alzari Joseph, I'm quite sure that most of our guys that are playing here, they haven't faced that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
So surely yesterday, I can't say they were amazing balls, but when you talk about pace, pace will always be pace, whether it's, we've seen even very good batters, Steve Smith and everyone, when they face the Ravadas, you see how things change. So for me, people might say, okay, these guys will be playing Test cricket soon, but you could tell straight away that the guys that got dismissed, that they haven't faced that for quite a long time. You
Well,
look
they've
at
never faced it.
yeah, and you're actually right. You look at Maruma, you could see that the guy has played for quite a long time. He has faced such pace. And you talk about Tiripano, yes, he's still on zero, but you can tell this guy has been there for quite a long time. So these guys will need more games, if I could say. That's on my side. Yes, people
So it's
always...
just a matter of experience,
Yeah,
you're saying.
exactly.
Of
More
facing
games,
that.
yeah.
Okay, all right. So that's an interesting take. Slim, like he did say, is still yet to answer the question. I don't know how when he will get to the answer, but yeah, we'll give him time as we see the last ball of this over. 85 for 8.
Back to the action. Tiripano into Faraz Tsiga, still at the crease. You see Blackwood bowling his first over. Bowls his little off spinners, does Blackwood.
Yeah, you can call him a part-timer, but he's more than that, I can tell you. Gets it to 10.
Tiripano bowled him. Poor shot selection from Tiripano. Clean bowled by Blackwood, trying to pull that ball down to deep square there, and missing everything after working so hard, facing 36 balls for just 2 runs. And he tries to pull that ball, which very well bowled by Blackwood. Zimbabwe now even more danger on 87 for 9.
Yes, as we were saying it, I think he's a part-timer, but he always delivers, always does the job for the skipper. As you say, what a good shot from Tiripano, using a horizontal shot, and clean ball by German. That takes Zimbabwe to 87 for 9 with just 1 ball to go in this over.
As we see Faraz Akram coming at number 11. Applies his trade again for National Eagles. Can hold a bat for us. Left hand batter. But really poor show from the Zimbabwe 11. The caliber of the batters who have done so well in the domestic scene and have been given an opportunity. And I'm sure our selectors will be looking very closely. Blackwood bowls an arm ball to mark the end of the 48th over. Rather, would you say that their wickets came through pressure, or it's just poor, just failing to have that mental strength to just try and stick in there for as long as possible and get rid of the first session and go for lunch, and then regroup with the tech stuff and map the way forward going into the afternoon session?
Yeah, I'm sure as you're saying that we had this little discussion on whether the shots that have been played were poor execution or just guys' lack of concentration. Like as we said, I felt Maruma, the execution wasn't good enough, but Eli came up with a good point that he says, yes, it is poor execution, but he could have maybe taken a bit of time just cleaning up after drinks. Oh, very good shot from Tsiga there, dancing down the wicket and hitting that one over mid-on, greeting a Roston Chase with a beautiful 4. And coming back to that question, as you said, Slimy, that Zimbabwe maybe they could have pushed a little bit more going to lunch. Maruma playing a reverse sweep, which I felt he always does play, but also just we're coming from drinks break, he could have just given himself a bit of time. And for Mashingi, I felt he didn't pick that one from Moti, the one that just slides on. Back to his business, Roston Chase. And then for Tiripano, sure, also he hadn't faced Blackwood for quite a long time, so maybe he could have given himself a bit of time. Oh, running down and the mis-stomping from the keeper, the Silver. They just getting some bounce. Tsiga, very, very lucky man to be still there. Tsiga back to his basics, punching out one of the back foot. Straight to the field that maybe he kept there.
Getting a lifeline by Joshua De Silva, missing out on a stumping, as we can see how tall Roston Chase is, getting some bounce off this BAC wicket. And I think Jason De Silva wasn't anticipating the ball to bounce as high as it did. Now, just to mark the end of the 49th over, Zimbabwe 11, 91 for 9. Now, clearly this will be a test of character for Faraz Tsiga, batting with the tail. I'm sure he's going to be looking to face more balls than Faraz Akram. But the question is, how are you going to execute to get back on strike and not give Faraz Akram at least more than 2 balls to face in each over?
Going to that point, Slim, sure Faraz Tsiga is batted for quite a long time on 10 of 77 balls. On my side, I'll be one of those people that emphasizes on just don't give your wicket away if it means that the number 11 comes in and he goes out, because we've got lots of numbers also in that national team. You worked hard, you batted for more than an hour. Just don't throw it away. Just bat all the way. But as you said, he can try and get more strike, but I still believe. Good shot and good running from Tsiga. Little fumble from Rifer at mid-off there. As we're saying, you said rightly that Akram is not a man of the bat. So I believe, yes, he's a number 11 in this game, but he's someone that bats around number 7 and 8 for Mashonaland Eagles. So he just has to trust him. That's one thing I think he can do.
Yeah, and I think Faraz Tsiga has put in the hard yards, breaking in 78 balls. Breaking 78 balls so far for just his 11.
Oh, mix up.
Oh, mix up.
Oh, nearly a run out. Also good communication from those two.
Tsiga looking very well, looking good in the defense. I think he's blocked very well, apart from the run down that I'm sure there was rush of blood.
As you were saying it, he nearly but he gets 2 out of that whole played in front of Faraz Tsiga, and that marks the end of the over. The Zimbabweans are on 96 for 9 after 50 overs of play.
It's been hard toiling for the Zimbabweans. Almost a day and a half on the field. Bowling. West Indies scoring 517 for 8, and coming in, and the batters don't do much justice to give their bowlers a rest. Rustin Chase continuing from the golf course. Faraz Akram. It's going to be interesting on how this game pushes forward from here. Faraz Akram touched that one down to the wicket region. This game through for 2. It's very interesting what Craig Brathwaite will choose to do here. when they get the last wicket. Will he enforce the flow on? Or will he say, guys, let's get in there and have another knock?
A very good one there, as you're saying, Slimmy, that you talked about other guys. Yes, they scored 507, but there's some other guys that would love to have a bat. You've got guys like Maruma, as you said it, Jermaine, who Blackwood would love to also have a bat. The Rifer, who looked quite good, but didn't go on to score a good 50 or 100. So I'm sure the West Indies will be saying, we need to give these guys another go. Got Jason also. You know, he's coming from South Africa where he's been playing T20 cricket, and I'm sure you want to get more time with the bat when it comes to red ball cricket.
Over. So it'll be quite interesting, because I was looking at also the fast bowlers. They haven't done the heavy yards as such, but the short spells that they've done, they've given their all. They've bowled really quick, they've bowled tight lines. Now the spinners are working in rotation, as we see Morty coming back into the attack, replacing Jermaine Blackwood, who had just bowled just the 2 overs. Who had given Morty a rest just for 2 overs only.
And something I really like from the West Indies, yeah, you see almost all their big fast bowlers are off the field. Only Kima is still remaining on the field. Very good shot from Faraz Tsiga, cutting that away before. As we said it, he needs to value his wicket, and you never know, let us be watching and saying there's someone to rest their fast bowlers. We know what Queens can do to fast bowlers. It's not an easy wicket also to bowl on, so I'm sure they're saying that these overs that they've bowled, they'll be good enough for their fast bowlers. So I'm sure they're taking a good rest, getting ready for the big one that starts on the 4th.
Yeah. Could be also a clear indication that they might be coming back on, maybe for a spell or two to the Zimbabweans. Enforce the follow on. Ask the big we haven't seen Alzari Joseph today.
Yeah, that could be another thing that they might do. Definitely wait to see what comes out of this.
Yeah.
And that marks the end of the over. Zimbabwe 102 for 9.
to the action. See Faraz Tsiga here. Going about his merry way. 21 of 80 balls. He's faced quite a number of balls. He's been here for quite a while. Pushing the score now to 107 for 9. Zimbabwe. He's looking good. Faraz Tsiga. Soma, they usually call him. He's generally spinning very well. Christopher.
Yes, he's got a good player of spin, but I really get worried when he starts running down. He's got a beautiful defense whenever he comes on the front foot without even trying to run down. He can sweep the ball well, but generally gets himself out, trying to run and hit it over mid-on or mid-off. Beautiful shot there. And a good stop from Chanderpaul.
He's playing very well here to Faraz Akram. And revive Zimbabwe's innings, although they're still a bit far off. 107 for 9, just the 1 wicket. Just the 1 wicket to go. He's bowled very well. He's mixed his pace very well. Also his variations. Bowling to Faraz Akram, who's on 4 of 20. Slight mix-up between Faraz Akram and Faraz Tsiga.
Actually, the second time I've seen them not running so well. But understandable. Other one plays for the Rooks. And the other one plays for the Eagles, so sure they're not used to batting together.
Yeah, that usually tends to happen when it's first time batting together. I'm looking here, Christopher, at British Morty as we see Faraz Akram sweeps that one through to the deep square region for 4. He's bowling some champions here to Faraz Akram.
Yeah.
I think it was my eyes deceiving me, but I'm seeing actually here on our monitor he's actually bowling some Chinaman, some left arm leg spin here.
Yeah, quite deceiving. Looks like he's changing it, trying everything, which is something good to see. It's a warm-up game, so it's a good thing to see that he's gonna try and do. Yeah, as we were saying, cut away and cut away for 4. As we said, it is no mug with the bat. This player, he can handle the bat. As you see him plays a very beautiful shot, and that takes him to 12 of 24 balls.
Yeah, getting into his work now for Faraz Akram. Leading edge, getting a leading edge now to the vacant third man region. Crossover for 1. It's now 116 for 9. If my watch serves me correct, it should be about 5 minutes till the lunch interval. Very well bowled. Very well bowled from Moti, hitting the outside edge of Faraz Tsiga. marking the end of the 56th over. 116 for 9. And if Zimbabwe could just survive these last couple of overs before lunch, get into the change room and try and regroup. It'll be good to have. It'll be a very good added advantage to have the boys going in for lunch. Big shot here. Faraz Akram over the mid-range and nobody there, into the trees for a big 6. Beautiful shot there by Faraz.
Very good shot from Faraz. Picks the length quickly and just bounces it all the way for a big 6. Very good shot. Sounded very good off the bat. It's always got good best. It is Faraz Akram. You see the third umpire running into field with his briefcase of balls.
Well, knowing BAC, Bobby, I don't think that one is coming back.
Definitely that's not going to be coming back, and I'm sure Slimmy will be looking forward to going to look for that one later.
It should be a good souvenir to add into the ball case. Yeah, it's a bit bushy down there where that ball went. It won't be easy to try and find it there. We need guys to have a bit of more time looking for it. As you see, Colin with the umpires picking up a ball. Oh, guess what? It's back.
Oh, good to see.
The two Windies guys went there. Krumabona and Moti went there to fish it out. They got it back. Thank you, gentlemen. Very well done.
An appeal there from the Windies. Some T's are not interested in that.
Edge and gone. Beautiful catch by Jermaine Blackwood. Very good field at first slip. Jermaine Blackwood marking the end of the innings. 122 all out, with Tariq Tsiga being the lone man. But then there's a way to see what Craig Brathwaite has decided to do here, but from the indications of the way the Windies are walking out, so as we wait to hear on what's the next protocol, what Craig would like to do here going forward. I'm sure we'll find out from the umpires as soon as they're coming. News coming in from the West Indies camp: they will not enforce the follow-on, and the West Indies will go back into bat and just trying to add on to that lead that they have. And the umpires have decided to take lunch as well. So just to take you through the Zimbabwean scorecard, with Tanruma only in the first one, and Kudzai Maunza opened the innings for Zimbabwe yesterday. Maunza didn't last very long, only for 2 balls. Caught by Joshua Silva, the wicket keeper, off the bowling of Azari Joseph. Tanuma Koni was next to go, off the bowling of Carl Myers. Caught by Raymond Rifer. Jelon Gumbi, so caught off the bowling of Azari Joseph. And then Timson Maruma this morning was looking very good. Caught off a reverse sweep after the morning drinks break for 37. Wesley Madevere still not having a hard time scoring runs lately for the national side on 0, leg 4 of Jason Holder. Tony Mnyonga caught off the bowling of Shannon Gabriel. Milton Shumba this morning as well was another man to fall. Clean bowled, a beautiful delivery by Shannon Gabriel. William Mashinge, well, can we say he left a straight one there, leg before wicket of the bowling of Gudakesh Moti. Donald Tiripano as well, clean bowled by Jermaine Blackwood. Faraz Akram, the last wicket to go, of the bowling of Roston Chase, caught by Jermaine Blackwood. But we take us through the wind is bowling here.
Yeah, felt they bowled very well. Kima came in this morning, got a few overs under his belt, didn't get a wicket, but was very economically. Azari Joseph yesterday, only 4 overs, but I tell you, he bowled with some gas. Shannon Gabriel, once again this morning, it was good to see him running in. Carl Mayers, just 1 over to his name, that only got the 1 wicket of Tanuma Koni yesterday. Jason Holder, 4 overs only, but it was good. 4 overs, just went 1 wicket and 2 runs to his name. Moti, very good. Economically also, with 2 wickets. Jomi Warrican, another one who bowled very well. 9 overs for 11 runs. Didn't pick a wicket. Jermaine Blackwood got his arms going and got a wicket. Went 6 runs. Roston Chase, another one, coming to bowl again. So we'll see the wind is batting the whole day. And that's the news that we've got from how the game has gone from the West Indian bowlers.
Well, as the players take lunch, and just a reminder, Zimbabwe have been bowled out for 100
get that edge. As we see his field said he's got definite 3 slips there. There's no gully, so I'm sure he's going to be looking to pitch it up. As we're talking about a third slip, he's moved that man to gully. I'm sure he'll be looking to pitch it up, get him driving on that wicket. Straight away, very good ball from Akram. That's gonna run away for 1 run to short third. Looks like Faraz is going to come round the wicket to both the batters. Try and squeeze 1 or 2. Oh, flicked away. Flick to fine leg. Faraz Akram just a little bit too straight there on occasion. And Chanderpaul not miss out on that. Flicks that one to fine leg for 1 run. Oh, well balled. Big shout there, big shout. Sure there was an edge there. See, umpire Foster Matiz says no, there wasn't any edge, but I'm sure that was sliding down leg. Definitely going down leg. But that's good to see from Faraz Akram, trying to pitch the ball up, trying to get something out of the wicket. Might not be doing quite a lot, but he has to try and make sure that they play as much as they can. Well played from Chanderpaul once again. As I was saying, that you've got the new ball in your hand, you want the batter to play as much as you can. Make use of that new ball. Sure, Faraz is one of those guys that tends to nip the ball just a little bit more than others. But surely the conditions haven't been that supportive to him or to any fast bowler. Oh, very good shot from Chanderpaul there. Nudges that one to just wide mid on for a run. Faraz just needs maybe to get his line just a little on off stump. I'm sure, yes, he wants to make the better play, but you don't want to get too straight. That makes it very easy for the batter to just pick it for 1s and 2s. But so far it's been a decent over. Oh, what ball? That's the lane, that's the line, that's where he wants to be pitching it. Getting the batsman thinking just a little bit more. That marks the end of the over. That's 5 runs without loss of the West Indies after 2 overs. And Mumba is going to continue from the golf course, and his first over was very good. We saw him getting the ball to go at very good speed. I'm sure he'll be looking forward to getting more hit behind that. As a fast bowler, you want to have that rhythm. That's something that I saw from his first over. Oh, bang from Chanderpaul. Cuts away and cuts away very well. And that goes for 4. As I was just praising Mumba, strays in length, it's a short one. And Chanderpaul says thank you very much, and he puts that away for 4. Very good shot. Mumba want to come back and come back strong. He had a very good over in the first one, and then this one he doesn't start well. So he needs to get back to his line and length. That's him. That's what he wants. That's what he needs to. Just on that off stump, just a bit fuller. And with me once again, he's back from lunch. I'm sure he enjoyed his lunch. I'm seeing him brushing his tummy. You can tell that he had a good lunch. That slim Gunda with me, yeah. Back in the commentary box with me. Welcome back, Slimmy.
Afternoon, Bobby. Afternoon, everybody. As we see, the wind is coming in into bat again. Just trying to extend that lead. A bit of a change in the top order for the Windies. Captain Craig Brathwaite not coming into bat in the second innings, giving Raymond Rifer a chance to open up with Chanderpaul. West Indies already on 9 for no loss. Full there from Mumba. Lies his trade for marks the end of the third over. Windies 9 for no loss.
And to continue from the city end is Faraz Akram. He had a decent first over, and he's been coming around the wicket, and you see him changing the filter just a little bit, moving Makoni from mid wicket or point of correction. He's going back again and just move the guy from Gali. I think he's gonna put him at just the catcher there, just moving the cover a little bit back. I'm sure now it just shows that maybe he might pitch it up and just try and take it away. I'm sure they've seen Rifer playing a few days in the air, just getting him to think. Oh yes, what a ball. Faraz, he's got his man. As I was saying, he's got that tendency of just coming around and letting the ball move away from the left hander, and this time he's got it right. Rifer coming onto the front foot, trying to nudge at that one and gets an edge. Good catch from the keeper. West Indies 9 for 1.
He didn't bet your overs, he bet them for you, man.
Very good ball from Faraz Akram there. That angle of coming around the wicket. Very good ball. And that brings Nkrumah Bona at number 3. He'll be looking forward to this inning. He didn't stay long this time, as we said it. I had my fellow commentator from LI just walking into the com box saying, if you can't bat your overs, they will bet them for you, man. I'm sure he's referring that to the Zimbabweans. We didn't bet that long, and the West Indies said we'll come in and bat. But on a positive note, Zimbabwe have got a wicket, which is a good ball from Faraz Akram.
Very well bowled from Faraz Akram. Just hitting that line just outside of Raymond Rifer. Just going out there to defend the ball. I feel maybe he could have given himself a bit more time, left it alone. But as we said, brings Nkrumah Bona to the crease.
Yeah, you talked about that ball, Slim. Yes, on this looks like he could have left it, but I tell you, with that angle, it always tells you that the ball is going to hit the stumps, and you tend to play balls that are quite wide from you because of the angle. It's just telling you that the ball is hitting the stumps. So I love the ploy that Faraz Akram has done here, coming around the wicket and just angling it wide and saying, play at it. Slow ball once again from Faraz, and we're talking about trying to pitch the ball up slim, and something that Faraz Akram has done in his few of, I can say, one over and 3 balls so far. Everything has been pitched up there and saying, if you want to come at me, you better do that. And something that Shumba started well in his first over, and then when he came in for his second over, bowled quite a few ones that were a bit short, and some of them were cut away.
Yeah, the good thing about what I'm seeing here from Faraz Akram is trying to keep the ball as full as possible, trying to entice the Windies batters to go on the front foot and drive the ball. He's a natural in-swing bowler, is Faraz, and he loves pitching the ball up a bit more. Put a bit more challenge there on that front foot, and that's how he usually gets most of his wickets for us. And again, very well bowled, as we see that ball coming back in as well. It's a very good start.
As we're saying that he loves pitching the ball up, and with the new ball, that's something that you want to do as a bowler. You want to get these batters playing at almost everything. You don't want to waste that new ball. As we see, a wicket is not one of those friendly wickets for seam bowlers, so you gotta use that. You have to use the new ball as much as you can.
Very well balled there from Faraz to mark the end of the 4th over. The Windies still on 9, but with a loss of 1 wicket.
And to continue from the golf course and Shumba change of angle, I'm sure you would have seen what Faraz Akram did, coming around the wicket to the left-hander, and something that maybe he might get something out of the wicket, coming around the wicket and try and nip it away from the left-hander. As we see also the third man just got a deep point. Oh, a big shot, big shot. I'm sure that was a little bit too high. Crispy unmoved and shaken. It's a very good shot from the Zimbabweans. Very good shot, but as we said, just a bit too high. Yeah, very high. Just maybe missing the bells. Oh, bang! What a shot from Chanderpaul. He will not miss out on those ones. As we said, you need to pitch it up here. Kamumba just straying in length. That one a bit short and cut away beautifully.
Beautiful shot there from Chanderpaul. Kamumba just giving a bit of room there to Chanderpaul. Players of his caliber cannot miss out on such deliveries. Just rocking back and still beating Tanura Makoni there, who's at deep point. Still places it and beats him for 4. He's bowled it.
As you see, the captain Donald Tiripano there is not pleased. Kamumba was going back again to coming over the wicket, and Donald Tiripano says stick to coming round, try and cramp the batter, don't give him room. That's the line that he wants to be bowling. Try and pitch it up. If he gets you off that drive, don't mind that. But if you are short, you're not giving the ball to do anything. It's a wicket where you bowl short, you will definitely fetch, because it's not even a bouncer. It was just a short ball, and something that Kamumba will not be pleased. So is the captain. That's why he was not happy with Kamumba after cut away for 4. You don't mind that as Kamumba, you don't mind that. Get him driving, get him driving. Bring those slips into play. Got 2 slips and you need to use them. As you see that Phil said, there's just a short square leg there. There's a mid wicket catching also, and a mid on. So you gotta be trying to bowl a bit too straight. Get him driving also at the same time.
Yeah, Kamumba gotta try and get it as full as possible. Try and make the ball talk here.
Oh, that is beautiful. Tiny perfection is Chanderpaul. That one thought it was gonna go for 4, but because of the awful, this a bit too slow run, 3 runs added to the total. So far.
Yeah, he looks in good nick. Just recently made his debut in Australia, when the Windies were in Australia, and I think they also looked in good nick. Put a fee there on debut. And it looks like a good find for the Windies at top of the order. I think that's where sometimes they've been struggling with finding a good partner to partner their always Mr. Reliable Craig Brathwaite, the captain. I think which way is just going up to business. Very good. He's looked very confident with his shot selections as well, and running between the wickets as well, as you see there when he punched it through the mid-wicket region and getting 3 runs from it. With Nkrumah Bona on strike now. And marking the end of the 5th over. The Windies 16 for 1. Never commanding lead of 411 runs on day 3 of this warm-up. That's 11 in the West Indies.
Yes, we were talking about Chanderpaul, how good he has been. He said he's a good find for the West Indies, and you said he's got Mr. Reliable, who's Craig Brathwaite, and I'm sure Craig will be definitely happy to find someone who can stay at the crease with him the way he's been doing so far.
Very well played there by Chanderpaul, just tucking it down to fine leg, cleaned up by Shumba. With Faraz Akram continuing from the city end. Going to Krumabona. Nice and full, but slightly wide, giving some room there to Krumabona. You'll feel a bit hard done there, Krumabona. Just didn't get his feet close enough to the ball to get it through to the gap. But for us, sticking to the plan here, trying to bowl as full as possible. Just trying to get the ball to swing back into the right-hander. Wouldn't mind that as far as Akram seeing the batsman come forward, just trying to drive.
That is very true. You don't mind that. The most he's hitting, playing good shots, but he's hitting straight to the field. And you as a better Slimmy, you vouch with me in terms of that. It gets boring. You want to be finding those gaps.
It was too much. There we go again, short and wide, and Krumabona just punched it straight to point. Punched it straight to point to Kalmumba there, and still not off the mark. Still on 0 of 10 balls. Yeah, sometimes it can get frustrating. Sometimes when you're middling it like that, and you're not getting any value for that shot. It just looks good on the camera. Ball from Faraz, especially when you block the ball like that, Chris, straight back to mid-on, just to mark the end of the 6th over. West Indies 17 for 1.
And we see change in bowling. William Mashinge, as we call him, Dre Ras. One thing you're certain is that he will run in. He will give everything that he has. Is William Mashinge. A little bit of mix-up, but no harm in the end for the Windies batters. Willie Mashinge will look to take it away from Chanderpaul.
He's a very good bowler, this. He is. Plays it straight for the Southern Rocks, down in Mashinge as well. up to earn him a call up. No ball called yet by Christopher Perry. Slightly overstepping there. William Mashinge. I'm taking a look at outside, a couple of raindrops coming down, but not too threatening. We've just had a bit of rain around.
Yeah, as you said, it's the weather is changing a bit, yeah. As we all know in Bulawayo, sometimes it's quite hard to predict this weather. The past 2 days it's been blazing hot, and as we are seeing it today, we've been putting on our jerseys and suddenly we've got just a few drops coming up. Oh, that one wide down leg, and no chance for Faraz Tsiga to get there and to race away for 4. So Zimbabwe, they couldn't bet their overs, and we see them toiling on the field right now. Yes, they've got 1 wicket, but you can tell that it's going to be a long day.
Yeah. As we see William Mashinge just bowling 1 ball down leg, really unfair on Faraz Tsiga there. Those runs will go on to his column as buys. Very well bowled again from Mashinge, hitting his lines.
As you said, it's Slim, you are a wicket keeper yourself, and that can be frustrating. Because at the end of the day, balls come to the keeper's column saying buys past you, but that's a bit too unfair. As you saw that ball, there was no way you could have got there.
Yeah, it was an extremely wild one. Very well bowled. I'm loving, just to mark the end of the 7th over, wind is 22 for 1. As we see the showers coming through here, but the umpire is not looking worried. I'm sure they feel it's not threatening enough or dangerous enough for the players not to continue. But at the same time, I'm seeing Chanderpaul here. I'm loving his technique here. Christopher, he's got a beautiful high elbow. Just plays the ball straight. Even when he's going through to play the ball, you can see his elbow goes through the line of the ball.
Yeah, always been a fan of such, different techniques. As we know, his father, the great Blackwood and Chanderpaul, and he's got some big shoes to fill in. But I tell you, this fella, he looks in the right track of doing, what the father used to do. And as you said, very beautiful high elbow every time he drives the ball, even when he's punching it off the back foot. That's when I love it the most. So I'm sure he will see this fella in the West Indies colours for quite a long time, and he's a player that you can tell that he's looking to learn. And I saw him just a few days ago working with the great Brian Lara in the nets, and you could see that he was really focused, looking forward to learning quite a lot from the great legend.
Wesley Madewere coming into the attack from the city end, and immediately Krumabona gets off the mark. Wesley Madewere, it's been a good find for Zimbabwe for this past couple of years. just having a bad patch with the bat at the moment. But I'm sure all that will come to pass. Is too good of a player to stay down for that long.
Yeah, Wesley, very good player he is. Just going through a lean patch, but we know, as you said, he's a good player. We know he's going to come back, and he's going to come back strong.
Very well bowled again, some turn there. Chanderpaul just adjusts and puts that ball down to deep point for one. And I'm noticing something different here, Christopher. When the Windies are facing the spinners, they're just looking to always rotate and rotate as much as possible. They're not allowing Western Madevere to settle onto a line.
That is,
it's not that easy as well with the left-right hand combination as well at the crease. Big shot. Big shot by Krumabona. Goes all the way for 6. Wesley Madevere just missing his line there, and then that illustration of not being easy to adjust from left to right. And Krumabona pounces on that one. Beautiful shot.
and that comes to your point, Slim, as you said it, that these guys are looking to rotate the strike, and that is a ball that actually puts you under pressure. You're bound to pitch it short, or you're bound to pitch it too full, as we see in that occasion. Wesley Madevere trying to sort out his line, but he misses it by miles, and that has gone all the way for a big 6 from Kruma. The ball is back on the field once again. CMTs are trying to have a look if the ball is damaged or anything has happened, but Wall throws it back to the ball and says, "Let's get it on, young man." He's back on his line. This time just firing it in. Knows that he can't bowl any loose balls to these batters. They'll definitely pounce on it. Good shot from Kruma. Open to deep square leg for of the 8th over. West Indies 31 for 1.
William Mashinga to continue from to Krumabona. It's going to look to get a subdued start, William. Which is a bit too loose. And Tiripano just moving the field around. Joined here by Eli, is also coming from his lunch break. Afternoon, Eli.
Afternoon, Coach Gunda.
And again, Krumabona hitting that fielder again. Beautiful back foot punch, but still keeps hitting the field. Still drizzling a bit, but a very light drizzle. Don't think it's too threatening, Eli.
Now it's a light drizzle that's coming through. Um, it started out a bit heavy, which is a bit concerning, but it seems as if the cloud that's carrying the drizzle might just be passing through. But as the fishermen will tell you, there are a bit more heavier clouds coming.
Yeah, Christopher is a kingfisher. He loves his fish.
I wouldn't say kingfishers. He said it's a hobby. He does it in his spare time.
I'm here to receive a medal from him to say he's caught a 15 kg brim or something like that.
Definitely, I'm not gonna
I'm
call
not
you
sure how
slim.
good, I'm not sure how good a fisherman is that he's
Yeah.
ever caught any fish.
Alright, as you can see, those darker clouds just
Yeah.
over from the golf course end. A bit concerning, but we'll be hoping that they'll be passing through with the southwest breeze that's coming through.
Yeah, but usually BAC, that's where it usually comes from. So slight worry, but it looks like it won't disturb much play. Maybe it'll come later on towards the end of the day. But with the, as you're saying, with the breeze that's there at the present moment, it might blow over. Beautiful shot there from Krumabona. Just leaning into it, cutting it through the covers for 4.
Yeah, that's a magnificent cut shot that we just saw right there. And Kurumabona taking his time, allowing the ball to come onto the bat. It's that consistency we were talking with Christoph Mpofu yesterday from Mashinga, saying these groupings, they need to be much more tighter. Needs to either bowl just off stump or just slightly off stump. That's down the leg side, because with the field set that he has, might be a strong offish field set, but don't go too wide outside off stump. Just hit that same spot over and over again. Create the pressure on the other end, because you might not take the wicket, but you can create the pressure that allows the wicket to come through. Because you can see right now, he's got 2 men that were in the slips. End of the over, 35 for 1 for West Indies.
William Mashinga strikes. Krumabona chasing a wide one and gets the outside edge straight into Faraz Tsiga's gloves. Krumabona just looking to feel better and bowl. It was very unfortunate because at a time where he kept on hitting the fielders and got a loose one and just nicks it off straight into Faraz Tsiga's gloves.
You'll be disappointed with that shot. He needed to apply himself. He thought he had a chance in terms of cutting it away. But that effort ball from Mashinga and a bit of more pace, more bounce. And it was a thick outside edge going to the keeper. Good take from the keeper as well. So it's good cricket. Much better application from the Zimbabwean bowlers this time around. And they've picked up 2 quick wickets in this session. West Indies 38 for 2 and drinks has been called.
Blackwood coming in at number 4. He's been part of the windy side for quite a long time now, Blackwood.
Yes, he has been. But coming into this game, you'll be looking for a much better performance, especially in these innings. He didn't trouble the scorers that much in yesterday's appearance. Yes, he hit a couple of good balls, but then there was that knack of him trying to go up and over and end up in Kumidon. I'm sure he'll be looking to apply himself differently today. He's got another opportunity to just give himself out time in the middle.
No ball called there by Christopher Peary. Second one for Mashinga. I think just trying to put in that effort ball in there. He's now buzzing with confidence, having gotten that wicket off Krumabona.
Yeah, definitely does act as a confidence booster. The question I'd like to pose to the two of you is, how much of a confidence booster does it give a bowler to pick up wickets in this kind of a play, unlike yesterday where wickets pretty much fell most to the spinners from the Zimbabwean side, but today it seems as if they've just managed to pick up 2 wickets, quick wickets?
Yeah, on that, Eli, I tell you, he's going to do the bowlers a world of good. See Mashinge, and we talk about these guys that have gone out. They're just not batters, but they are world-class batters. You talk of Bona, he's done quite very well for the West Indies in Test cricket. And Rifer, we know that he's also, he has come of age. So, talking of Mashinge also as a fast bowler, and Faraz Akram, those who have taken the wickets for Zimbabwe. So it's well balled once again from Mashinge, as was saying that this will do them much good in their confidence. And as we're talking about, you want to also raise your hand up when it comes to games like these ones. You could be one of those guys that will be called into that test team. Getting 3 wickets on this weekend for me is a big bonus for any fast bowler. It's not an easy surface to run into, so getting 3 wickets, you never know. Just keep knocking in that door and hope that the selectors will say you are ready for test cricket.
That marks the end of the 11th over. Windies 39 for 2. As we see Stuart Matsakanyere, Zimbabwe assistant coach. He's head coaching this team, this warm-up team. Having a chat there with Faraz Akram, as well with Coach Pilo, as he's affectionately known. Just taking a stroll around the wicket, around the ground, and giving some pointers to Faraz Akram. These two will also be part of the national team's text up on the 4th, and they're also looking at players of interest who they might want to have in their final squad to play in the 2 test matches. I'm sure they're so far impressed by 1 or 2 players that they've seen.
Yeah, if Coach Pilo needs another opinion, I would say, Coach Pilo, I've watched your boys, so come through, I can talk to you through some of their performances. But it's good to see the coaches up and about. They get the chance to mix and mingle and talk to a few people and get to watch their boys closely. So Dave Houghton earlier ago, and he was actually talking to these 2 gentlemen. Impressive. Wesley comes through. He's been getting a bit of purchase from the surface. He has just one that just went outside the edge of Chanderpaul just a few balls ago.
Yeah, I've been impressed with his bowling. Yes, he didn't bat well. Firstly, he comes into the team as a batter, but I've been impressed by what he is. Even from the first innings, he's got something to turn out of that wicket. He hasn't been that easy to get away. He's hit his length, got the ball to bounce and turn. Comparing him to the other spinners, he's been the best for me.
Yeah, he's bowled very well. Send him the rice. And as we see again, the drizzle starting to come down again. It's just a light drizzle. As we take a look, as we see, just taking a look at the groundsmen, they don't look too worried.
I'm sure they're anticipating it to just pass. And play continues.
As we were talking about that 10 from Wesley Madere, once again that brings the end of the over. West Indies 39 for 2.
Tapeo Mfuza into the attack. As we see the drizzle getting slightly heavier.
You were looking for the ground stuff, Slimmy. Looks like now they're starting to move to that side where the covers are. Sure, they'll know that once it gets heavier, it'll be easy for them to run onto the field. But as you said, they don't look concerned that much.
Yeah, I believe best people to talk about conditions, ground conditions, and weather are the groundsmen. Once you see them moving up and about, as we can see on picture here, if you see them moving up and about, going to the covers and stuff, you'd know that they sense that it's coming and it's gonna get heavier than it is now. And as well as, affectionately, I like to call them the owners of the game, because without them, all of this will not be possible. I'm sure Mr. Lamek and his team prepared a beautiful track, and the beautiful ground is BAC for this warm-up game.
I'm sure you agree with that. That brings the end of the over. 40 for 2.
Wesley Madevere to continue from the City end. Bowling to Jermaine Blackwood, who's on 4 of 13 balls. Windies just steadily moving at 44 for 2. Yeah, he's bowled very well, Wesley Madevere. Keeping Jermaine Blackwood quiet. Generally loves scoring. Jermaine Blackwood. Big shout. But for some tees were not moved. Signals no impact was outside line. As we can see there from the replay, it was impact was outside line. But that's the pressure that Wesley Madevere is putting on Jermaine Blackwood. He hasn't scored in a while. And Jermaine Blackwood just playing a big slog sweep and missing and getting hit on the pad. There we go. He goes again. Misses the leg stump. Umpire signals runs, which means he got a bat to it there. Jermaine Blackwood. I'm not sure what's his ploy here. He looks a bit jittery. Looks like he's a bit uneasy at the moment. No, I'm sure you wouldn't look. You should be looking that. Should with 441 runs on the board. End of the over. Windies 46 for 2. Wesley Madewere to continue to Jermaine Blackwood. The struggle continues. I'm enjoying this contest between Jermaine Blackwood and Wesley Madewere. The guys around the bat putting a bit more pressure on Jermaine Blackwood. Very well bowled by Wesley Madewere. The ball gripping and turning, and it beats everything, including Faraz Tsiga. Some more runs onto his column.
Slimmy, it's good to see Wesley. Yes, we talked about him turning the ball in the first innings, but it looks like he's just got better and better. As we see that ball gripping and turning and bouncing. This is gonna be a good contest, as you said it, Slimmy.
Very well bowled.
Short one, pulled away by German. Breaks loose. It was a loose ball from Madewere, and German says, "You've troubled me quite enough. Now I'm gonna feast on that," and it races away to the boundary for 4. Very good shot.
$52 for 2. Slight misfield there by Privileged Chesa in the mid-wicket region, but also Wesley Madewere just missing his length there. Shot, beautiful shot. It's now Jermaine Blackwood's turn to reverse the pressure. Beautiful slog sweep there. 2 fours in a row, pushing the score to 56. As we're saying, this contest is very interesting here between Wesley and Jermaine Blackwood.
I'm sure you agree with me. It is a good shot from Jermaine, but you can tell that shot is coming because he's had some troubles facing Wesley Madewere, who's been right on the money from the time he got the ball in his hand. So to be something that Jermaine has to be cautious when playing even those big shots. It's good to see him reversing the pressure right now.
Good comeback there from Wesley. He's got a knack of getting wickets, does Wesley Madewere. Change of angle now, coming around the wicket. Just maybe trying to put Jermaine Blackwood off. It's very well bowled to mark the end of the 18th over. With the Windies on 56 for 2.
Wesley Madera continues. He is trying to entice Jermaine Blackwood into driving, getting an edge. He's been getting quite a purchase from the surface. It's been turning. And so you see the skipper, Donald Tiripano, continuing with him, because against Jermaine Blackwood there's always a possibility of something happening. He's been a bit tentative, Jermaine Blackwood, but that's his batting style. He's always full of action, either trying to hit the ball out of the park, unlike his counterpart, Blackwood and Chanderpaul, who's very composed, cool about his business. You just never know when he's going to decide to let the shackles loose.
That is very true with Jermaine Blackwood. Looks like he will come out at any time, but those numbers that he's got in Test cricket would disagree with you. He's done very well for the West Indies. I said it. That's his style of batting. You can't take that away from him. At the end of the day, it's about numbers. Very well bowled once again from West Indies. They're ready to finish that over. And the West Indies are 57 for 2 after 20 overs. Fuza to continue from the golf course and bowling to Chanderpaul, who's looked very good at the crease. 17 of 56, he isn't. Looks unshaken, looks very good and organized, this Chanderpaul. He sweeps this time to deep square leg for 1 run. Looks like he's sweeping and sweeping on line, this Chanderpaul.
Yeah, looks a compact player, Chanderpaul. Looks a very good player of pace. Looks like a good player of spin as well. As we see Tapiwa Mfudza bowling to Jermaine Blackwood. Doesn't turn the ball that much, does Tapiwa Mfudza?
Yeah, Definitely doesn't turn it that much, but the good thing that he has, he hits his length over and over. He's done very well in the Zimbabwe domestic franchise league. Stapu Mfuda is at the top of the leading bowlers in the Logan Cup with 23 wickets. So the numbers are allowing him to be playing in this warm-up. So far he hasn't been lucky in picking a wicket against the West Indies in this warm-up game.
Yeah, he's bowled well locally in the domestic season, marking the end of the over. No. Correction there. Very well bowled again from Mufudza. Just maintains that line again. Just to mark the end of the over. Windies 60 for 2 after 21. Tapio Mfuza. Carry on from the golf course end. Bowling to Chimain Blackwood, who looks a bit more settled now. Hasn't faced Wesley David in a while. And there's that thing again that we talked about earlier. the Zimbabwean side were failing to rotate the spinners a bit more. And as you can see there with the Windies, with the field that's a bit open like this, picking their gaps and not staying on strike for too long and just going to stand the other end.
Yeah, good point. That Slim, as they always say, the best place to be at is the batsman. It is at the non-striker's end. You always save, so you always want to get a one and rest at that end. So the Windies have been doing that very well, rotating the strike.
Very well bowled from Mufudza. As we're alluding to, him leading the pack. He's always done that in a couple of seasons gone by as well. He's not a stranger to being a leading wicket taker in Zimbabwe. Still waiting for his tackle as well. But good to see that the Zimbabweans have slowed down their scoring for just a tad bit. Chanderpaul just going forward and defending that ball. Looks solid in defense. Fielded there by William Mashinge. Mark the end of the 23rd over. Windies 62 for 2. Change of the bowling from the City end. Some leg spin coming into the attack. The name of Privileged Chesa, who's also bowled very well in the domestic season so far. And is greeted by Jermaine Blackwood immediately, straight over the top. Gone for half a dozen. Welcome to the crease, Mr. Chesa, says Jermaine Blackwood.
Yeah, very good shot from Blackwood there. Chesa over pitching that one. It's always been one of his problems in this warm-up match. It's either he's too full or he's too short. It's a different level here. You ball it too full, I'll not hesitate to take you downtown.
Chesa earning his call up into this Zim 11 side after a string of good performances for his team, the Southern Rocks. It's very well bowled from Chesa. It's an interesting art, this leg spin, Bobby.
Definitely. Chesa, that one is a very good ball. He needs to string more on that length. Another good ball once again. It's an inside edge, I'm sure. And missed by the keeper. Tricky one to take. Very tricky one. Few good balls from Privileged Chesa. He needs to continue on that length.
Beautiful ball there from Privileged Chesa. He doesn't let that first ball 6 distract him from how he wants to go about it. As we look at that replay, just past the outside edge. Beautiful bowling there. Past the outside edge again. Well bowled here from Privileged Chesa. 6 off it. Windies 68 for 2 after 24. That marks the end of the second session. With the Windies on 75 for 2. Jermaine Blackwood and Chanderpaul not out. Blackwood on 29 of 45. Managed to settle down now and started rotating the strike a bit more. With Chanderpaul also on 21 of 76 balls. So with the session gone, now looking much more settled. And now going off to tea. The score on 75 for 2. So please join us in 20 minutes time as we get into the evening session. Hold on strike, facing his first ball. As I was alluding to earlier, the weather's just gotten a bit darker here. The weather's just got a bit darker with the clouds hovering through. Might get some rain any time from now. Joined in the com box by Eli and Christopher Mpofu. Good afternoon, gentlemen.
Good afternoon, Slim.
Very good afternoon, Slim.
End of the over. Lead 1 for 2. Yes, there are slightly darker clouds that are hovering above us right here at Blackwood Athletic Club. Dark as they might be, but we're just saying that at the edge of those clouds, the skies are clearing just a bit. So we're hoping that the clouds continue to move in the direction that they're going, and probably they could open up and we could have at least an hour and a half of good cricket. But if this cloud that decides to hover above us, we might just be playing in dark conditions. But all the same, still a good time to be out in the middle, whether you're bowling or batting. You'll get to enjoy the good game of cricket.
Yeah, much cooler weather now as compared for the past 2 days. It's been a very hot 2 days for the players. And us here in the commentary box, we were sitting in our aircon. It was still very hot. But as we see, preparing to see them moving up and about, and just holding on to the cover, it's a clear sign that they know that the rains are close by. Privileged chaser to continue from the city end, bowling to Jason Alder. Just leans into that one and rotates it down to long off for 1. With the light darkening here, I'm sure the umpires have called the players off. Just complaining, I'm sure here this is bad light that has been called. With the players saying some are not having a clear view of the ball. Lights haven't gotten darker. So the players have just come back onto the field for just 1 over before the umpires have called light. But the players look like do not want to leave the field and see the way the batsmen are trotting off the pitch. Now, as we see as well, the groundsman running in. As now we can see the groundsman running the covers, coming onto the field. It hasn't started raining yet, but I think it's just a safety precaution just to get the cover on. So at the present moment, play has been stopped through light here at Blackwood Athletics Club. So as soon as we have more news on how this match will end, we'll keep you updated.
So, in light of bad light that has stopped having today, which is the warm-up match between the Zimbabwe 11 and the West Indies. It has been a 3-day game. We're preparing for 2 test matches that we played at Queen's Sports Club. So, Zimbabwe, they put the West Indies to bat on day 1. And the West Indies, in their first 2 days, getting a mammoth 500 plus runs on the board for 7 wickets before the captain declared. And thereafter, Zimbabwe were put in to bat. Craig Brathwaite led the charge for the West Indies, scoring 116 runs. And thereafter, there were notable contributions from there, from Blackwood and Chanderpaul, 46. Devon Thomas made 49 as well. And then, as well, another century knock that was done by Joshua Da Silva. And that's so the West Indies going past 500. Zimbabwean bowler, thank you for tuning in, and goodbye till next time.